Yo, thank you. Lobster Deluxe. I like it. I'm gonna get myself another drink real quick. Oh, and I need to grab my tablet so I can actually see chat while I'm playing the game. Yup.
Mike Hernandez sounds like an associate of Senator Cargage now that Jeffrey Epstein. Oh well, Mike Hernandez. I need the spirit of the voice.
Oh, Remy is right over here. And both of the boy cats are asleep on my bed. It's the chillest I've ever seen them be together. Aw. Stay put, tablet. There's too much stuff on my desk. There we go. And drink. My chair keeps sinking. Oof. There we go. All right. Everything is in place. The robot hasn't appeared yet, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and begin. Hello, Internet. It is 2:15 p.m. on Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. I am Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack, and I am holding court here on the Throne of Games. Oop. And now I'm getting all of the messages. And there's the robot. Very good. Right, today I'm going to be continuing Shadowrun Hong Kong. Last time, things ended in a rather bloody mess. Uh, I had hoped for a much cleaner and a cleaner ending, but the clean ending would have been less just, it feels like, so that's unfortunate. So, yeah, that mission failed successfully. We now have a lot more work lined up for us despite that. Uh, so, yeah, lots of paths open to us now, including some side work of our own. Let's see how that all do. Oh, the volume's up too high. Let me fix that. I forgot to make note of where I had the system volume last time. Oh, I need to change scene first. There we go. The uncertainty of that choice is as clouded as the sky above you. Yup. Live and die by shades of gray. A rotund, balding dwarf in a cheap suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chains that hang around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal and has been contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. Pleased to meet you. Chung was kind enough to arrange this little sit-down between us. He extends a slab-like hand for you to shake. You can call me Dr. Xin Yang. Pleased to meet you. I'm Adol the Red. His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless ham. You share a long, uncomfortably flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. I'm, looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Ordinarily, I'd handle it myself or have some of my friends see to it, but it's kinda delicate, you know? My guys would be noticed before they made any headway on my problem. So I figure, hey, I hire contractors all the time. Might as well get some contractors of a different stripe. Tell me about your problem. Maybe we can help. I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trid work, but we record some sims, too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff. Space Mongols from the Moon, The Flavor of Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squad. Can't say I've had the pleasure. Ah, too bad. I'll send some over to Chung so you can take a look. Anyway, there's this other guy in the industry, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Spring Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over on me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with this show called Promises in Moonlight. The star's a girl named Penelope Wong, new talent, but the viewers have been going nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party. He's on the road, probably drunk. A semi comes out of nowhere and pow! Wrecks his fancy new Eurocar Westwind. Bad luck for Neville. Good luck for me. I figure, hey, that's the end of him for the year, and I start planning some new stuff he can't compete with from inside a hospital. You follow me so far? Yes, please keep going. Problem is the bastard's back in the game already, and he's bringing out Season 2 of Promises in Moonlight. I need that show off the air, one way or another, and that, my friend, is where you come in. How long did it take him to recuperate? I tell you, kid, he should have been in that hospital for at least 3 months, and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him like a week to get out. Couldn't freaking believe it. That kind of medical care costs top dollar. He's got a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time like that means one of two things is going on. Neville could have found himself a silent partner, someone willing to pay top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think it's likely, but it could have happened. If it ain't that, the smart money says that he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Spring's earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. And you want me to look into that, I take it. I need you to go get me something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he could afford to get out of the hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days, so search his computer, closet, sock drawer, whatever. There's got to be something incriminating in there. Where is this penthouse? Neville lives in the Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint on the south end of Hong Kong Island, by the bay with the same name. I haven't been able to get anybody in to poke around his apartment because the security's too tight. Lucky for you, though, Neville's throwing a party on the mezzanine level with all the shops and a restaurant and balcony and such. He's celebrating the second season launch of his show, and everybody's gonna be there. Gonna make a real snarl for the building security. You might also want to hit up the party if you can bluff your way in. Everyone close to Neville will be there, and most of them will be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you get there. Some discreet questioning might get me the dirt that I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name. Go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. There's nobody in the business out here with that name, so nobody'll ask any questions about how your work's going. Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up the blackmail information on Neville Ma. Sounds easy enough. He nods vigorously. Oh, yeah. Chung talked you up when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake. Now, the blackmail material is what I need more than anything, but if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra, got it? I want that star power on my side. One last thing. I don't want you starting a scene while you're there. You interrupt this party, make a mess, or trash his apartment, and I'm not paying you. We clear on that? Why the concern? If you're going to hamstring me before I even go on the run, I want to know why. Because it's gauche, and I can't have Ma knowing I'm after him. In my business, everybody's got dirty tricks, but if you make it public, you're using them. That's it. My career's as dead as the People's Republic of China. Nobody'll work for or with me ever again. So don't embarrass me, hey? Understood. I'll be discreet. That's what I like to hear. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You can get paid, and I'll put the word out you're a solid hire. Sounds like we have a deal then. His grin widens. Good man. That's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Chung a line. I'll come meet you back here and I'll hand over the money. What are you, slow? I got nothing else for you till you get the dirt on Ma. Dr. Shinyang makes a shooing gesture with his hands. You got a job, now go do it. Kindly Chung appears to be nearing the end of a harsh exchange with Strangler Bao, who is listening intently. So you tell that little pustule that Auntie Chung isn't effing happy, you get it? Not happy at all. Don't tell him that I'm displeased. Don't tell him that I didn't take it well. She slams her shot glass on the table. Tell him that I'm extremity chopping mad, and if he doesn't want what happened to ye to happen to him, he'd better get his head and his ass wired together and get me that payment today. She raises an eyebrow. Was that message clear enough, Mr. Bao? Yes, Mrs. Chung. I'll explain things to him in terms he can understand. Bao steps back and becomes a meat statue once again. Chung's voice turns treacle sweet when she sees you waiting for her. Ah, our newly minted Shadowrunner. Hold on a sec, I'm still stuck in Shinyang's voice. How are you taking to your new role, Adol the Red? So far, so good. I had no doubt, my sweet. I've a nose for talent. And how is Mr. Gunshow doing with his new life? He should be okay. Just needs some time to get used to all of this. Very good, my dear. Very good. She smiles. Was there something specific you came to see me about? Just checking in, Auntie. It pays to stay in touch. I agree, yes. Personal contact gets results. I have some good news for you. One of my people successfully planted a wiretap on the police's special duties unit. If news of your foster father or the plastic-faced man reaches them, it will reach me as well. So far, your foster father has proven a difficult man to find, and the plastic-faced man is elusive. He's clearly someone who knows how to stay out of the public eye. But I have my network working day and night, and I still have some favors that I can call in if need be. We'll find them both. It's only a matter of time. Until then, go about your business. I'm sure that more work will come your way any moment. She glances back at Bao. Now, I have some pressing business to attend to, the kind that ends in parentless children. I'll talk to you later. Maximum Law surveys the docks from beneath his meticulously patched tarpaulin. Goggled and belted with electronics, his arms folded, his expression stern. A sweat-drenched little king. His boat rocks gently. As you approach, he looks sharply your way and breaks into an awkward smile. Hey, ate all the red. I was hoping you'd come around. You got a minute? What's up? Kindly had Wampoa burn your sin. Word is you're doing work for her, not normal Yellow Lotus stuff. Law shifts from foot to foot. He fidgets with the hardware on his belt. Shadowrunning. Man's gotta eat. I'm doing whatever's necessary to feed that need. Wicked. Law says it distinctly in a hushed tone, then seems to catch himself. He draws himself up to his full height. His usual demeanor of self-assurance returns. It's pretty ironclad, ate all the red. Pretty vicious. If you do good, you'll be noticed. Listen, if you've got info about runs, I can make it worth something. We Wampoans call that kind of thing metadata. Wampoa likes to get the word on the street from the active operators. Doesn't Wampoa's service to their clientele include not prying? It's not prying. Law speaks with authority. He thrusts his chest out and puts his hands on his hips. It's gathering information. The world runs on information. If you've got metadata for me, great. If not, see if I care. Law looks out through the rain across the rocking boats. He wipes his foggy goggle lenses with a rag from his pocket. His stomach gurgles loudly. Augmented reality goggles aside, this gig gets really boring sometimes. You ever want to talk shop, I'm here. About the Elder Massacre, Law erupts into a torrent of livid, awkward profanity, cursing furiously in some sort of pidgin of Cantonese and tech speak. Eventually he slows down and his swearing slackens. When Magpie gets back, the shit is going down. We're gonna spike those bastards with so much black IC that their brains are gonna turn into pudding. And we're gonna feed that pudding to effing dogs. He folds his arms and almost comical snarl on his face. The editing is messy, but at least the point is getting across. I'm not surprised the other elders got themselves killed. Figures. Well, Magpie will know what to do. We'll take care of this. You seem fond of Magpie. Magpie is the best of the bunch. She's brilliant. She's a wicked coder and a Nova hot decker, plus she knows the infrastructure. The others, they were okay. They had skills. Except for she was all woo-woo and couldn't code or build shit. But she always wanted to get in the middle of things with her blathering. Those of us in Magpie's bus maintain the shadow nets. That's what keeps Wampoa independent. We're the core. Some people can't handle that. You don't know who killed the elders? We don't. It's bullshit. It's a setup. The cameras were all shut down. The mall's door logger was shut down. Everything was shut down by, guess who? Elder Ng. Everybody was at a mandatory all-hands scrum in the Matrix. You know who called it? Elder Ng. Was she there? No. We're supposed to know everything. We're open source inside the tribe. Someone chopped up half the circle, then waltzed into the mall and wiped out the rest. Then vanished. Thanks, you villain chaser idiot. Let's get to the point. I've got something to tell you about the massacre. What? You know something? Every actuating lens on Law's goggles zooms in on you. A fresh set of status lights begins blinking. One appears to indicate that he's recording. You were investigating the killings, right? Word is you were asking around. First of all, Magpie's dead. What? Law's visible lower face goes ashen. The killer got her first. Oh, they've really got it coming. We will not forget. Yeah, let's see if he believes that. As you ready yourself to speak, the facts remain clear. It seems to be a small miracle that the Wampoans haven't identified you. Wampoa has immense leverage in the shadows for maintaining the underworld communications infrastructure. If the Wampoans determine you killed the Elders, they would certainly sanction you and probably put a bounty on you. If they burned your sin for Kindly, they might unburn it. In the best case scenario, Kindly would be forced to withdraw her protection. You'd be locked out of a network access, and all face in the Hong Kong shadows. The worst case scenario is exponentially worse. Telling Maximum Law that you killed the Elders would be suicide. Well, this is technically true. Huh, really? Well, that's no surprise. It's nothing to go on, but thanks. Thanks for telling me, even though it wasn't much. When we find them, they're going to end up face down dead on a smoking keyboard with their brains oozing out their ears like overcooked ramen. Mark my words. I found this while poking around in the Bald City. Worth anything? Well, like I said, I'll take it off your hands for 120 new yen. That's not very much. What? Don't tease me like that. Raw. You gotta go? Okay, watch your back and shoot straight and all. Law grins at you and dexterously flashes a hand sign that Shadowrunners give each other in holovid shows. I got things to do too. Oh hey, yeah, I have karma to spend. Here we go. That'll be good. Okay, that might not actually be worth very much then. I'll go ahead and sell it to him. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first. These Calhots can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my Sims. Got some metadata for you? Or not. How much money do I have? 1,482. Let's hit Chrome Alley, see if there's anything I can afford here. I can just afford this these skill wires here. Okay, sure. Let's do that. Cyberware causes essence loss. This affects the magic rating of your character as magic is equal to essence rounded down. Magic is very important for spellcasters. The base number of spell slots available to the caster is equal to half of their magic rounded down. Therefore, losing essence can cause spell slots to be permanently lost. In addition, each point of magic lost increases all spell cooldowns by +1. Casting a spell again while it is cooling causes drain damage to the caster. You cannot have less than 1 essence. Confirm. Come back to the garage soon. Goodbye, Ambrose. Time for me to go. Cheers, Adol the Red. Talk to you later. Okay, 4 different missions to choose from. Let's see. Let's start with the Wuxing Sky Tower. That sounds like fun. Hello. Bad decisions? Plenty of them. Actually, real quick, I should probably save. And then go. Bad chi. The subway flies over the tracks toward Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin as if it's followed you from Haoi, or perhaps it's simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, geomantic sabotage, with a single objective: disrupt the flow of Wuxing Qi to destabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Wuxing's famed geomancy being used against it, the ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office spaces are free game, the main target is Wuxing's treasured lotus statue, which resides within a temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Your client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the chi, and the better the pay. The subterranean accessway opens to one of the Wuxing Sky Tower's few employee-only entrances. As the only underground access point to Wuxing's restricted levels, security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach the upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Gobbet presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy, black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with a barcode. She leans in to whisper into your ear. Kindly wanted you to have this. Spoofed credentials, fresh off of Maximum Law's card printer. These should get you past the front door. Wouldn't count on them getting us much further, though. I guess that the client said something about other ways to bypass the check-in system inside the building, but he didn't go into specifics. She shrugs. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever. We'll find a way past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Wuxing security officer peers up at you from behind his desk console. Evening, sir. Swipe yourself in. He gestures to the ID scanner in front of him. Ooh, if If you're advising me on missable stuff, I'll take it. But otherwise, I like going in blind. Yeah, swipe. Yes. Always. Right, the more destruction, the better the pay. But yeah, I always like to try and do as much as possible. He looks at his console, then back at you. His eyebrows rise as he observes your company. You realize your credentials only allow you access through floor 10, right? Of course, I have new credentials with guest privileges waiting for me inside. That's why I'm here, to pick them up. The officer nods curtly. Right, go ahead and grab your new creds at the check-in terminal. Have a good night, sir. Welcome to the Wuxing Employee Check-In Station. Hello. Well, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Thank you for lurking. Check in. Swipe spoofed ID. Warning, credentials expired or incorrect. Any further attempts to access this terminal before refreshing your employee credentials will alert security. Have Isabel jack in. Oop. Thought I was just out of range there. Ah, dang. Well, thanks for dropping in at least. Hope to see you again. There. Ooh, that was close. Okay, how does this work? Oops. Oh. Oof, yeah. And again. Damn it. Oops. I thought being behind that corner would be fine. Shit. Use security override to gain administrative access. Alter existing credential clearance. Permissions granted. You are now able to alter the existing information and clearance level of a Wuxing employee ID. Spoofed ID. What? Okay, I guess I don't need to check in at this point because I've already done the thing. A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. The closest man to you flings a jacket into a locker, then turns toward the showers. He stops short when he catches sight of you, and his weary eyes widen in surprise. Ah, good evening. He glances behind him, assured by something, turns back towards you with a smile. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face before. Are you new here? Not exactly. I'm an outside security consultant pulling a spot check. His back straightens immediately. Oh, right. I learned about this in training. Please tell me, how can I help? I'm auditing for possible security risks. You know of any in this part of the building? Charles runs a hand through his hair. None that I've noticed. Security's normally airtight. Even the emergency response system is on point. I've been told they have some really high-end fire and blast systems. Doubt you'll find any security risks here. Alright, I need your help with a very important security drill. Of course, what do you need me to do? Now, let's try that. Report a break-in on the 27th floor. He hesitates. Isn't it wrong to make a false report like that? Today's an exception. This may be a drill, but authenticity is important. I'm here to gauge how people respond, so the more believable the better. Make it count. Yes, you're right. Of course you are. You're the security consultant. Charles laughs nervously. I'm sure everything will be fine. You'll see. Wait for my signal in the lobby. He gives you a timid nod. The guard watches you with suspicion as you approach. You seem confused, sir. Something I can help you with? Just clocking in. Give authentic employee ID. Alright, have a nice day. An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scrubs at her hands above a sink. Her ragged clothing resembles a paint canvas covered in multiple hues of mechanical grime. With a slight turn of the head, she looks toward you. Need something? Lie. Your cooperation. I'm here to perform a security audit for Wuxing. Well, ain't that wonderful? Her voice is thick with sarcasm. But I'll opt out. Wuxing's got me doing an air duct audit myself, and let me tell you, I've made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, slimy, biohazardous discoveries. She half turns towards you and plants a gooey hand on her hip. Maybe when we're both done, we can compare findings. But right now, I've got to get this crap off of me. Good luck to you. You'll need it. Fair enough. You see an assortment of items scattered on the cart, but you find a badge that belongs to a maintenance worker. Charles rushes up to the guards, feigning a loss of breath. Sir, I've received a warning about a break-in on floor 27. My co-worker's up there, says he's in danger. What? A guard whips around and sees Charles' frightened expression. We're on it. The guard lifts his hand to his ear and barks into his comlink. Team 1, this is Team 2. We're sending an immediate dispatch to floor 27 in response to a break-in report. Hold down the basement while we're gone. The officer pauses, listening to a response on the other end, presumably from Team 1. Positions locked. We're out. The three guards charge into the elevator with Charles in tow. Please insert your Wuxing employee identification card. Multi-personnel pass accepted. Access granted. Greeting. Welcome, Mr. C. Pang. Have a nice evening. The terminal emits a chirp of recognition. Is there anything else here? No. Just that. This pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as if every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Wuxing's security. Hopefully, they won't discover the disrupted chi flow on this floor for weeks. Chi disruption, 10%. Light and dark balance is key to maintain good chi. 15%. Prototype weapon sits locked in a stand. Its locking mechanisms are seemingly tied into the weapon's operation and safety. Forcing it could damage the weapon. Access research computer. Wuxing Research Terminal main menu. Welcome user. Please select from the following options. Several folders appear in a second window below the first. Only a couple look useful. Read the weapon manuals and specifications. You click on the folder, and a large repository of files containing Wuxing research projects pops up. One section is labeled with a symbol similar to the markings on the weapon just a few feet from you. A quick scan of the data reveals information on the weapon and lab setup. I do not have the stats. At least not right now. Floor plan documents. Amidst the documents, a few nuggets of information stand out. A section dedicated to the Wuxing building's qi details the geomancy plans and renovations they've made to increase qi flow. It appears that Wuxing's already made hundreds of minuscule and a handful of not-so-minuscule adjustments to its floor plans and building infrastructure. A recently updated file marks its project to add new water lines for the temple's fountain as complete. The document ends with a large list of future modifications that the company has queued for completion, all ways to improve its positive energy output. Makes sense that there'd be a cheap point in the bathroom. Running water does have a lot to do with that kind of thing. That one looks like a big deal, so I'm going to save it for last. A rack of safe boxes rests against the wall. Etiquette security, crack the code. Box pops open, revealing a few cred sticks. Cool. It's not much, but it's something. Ooh. Fire spirit. Well, he went down pretty easy. There. I'm surprised that isn't a cheat point right there. Looks like it should be. Ooh, art. This'll have lots. I wager. Oh wait, these are just cubicles. Heh. Well, I was right, there was a lot in here. The generator rests unguarded before you. A shock to the system could compromise the computer mainframe it powers. That doesn't sound subtle. I'll leave it alone for now. Notes are stacked neatly around, ordered and clear. A number is circled several times on one sheet. 8484. Temple access card. Okay, I'm going to save before doing this. Looks like we've battered this place enough, ain't all the red. Just like our client wanted. All that's left is to trash the temple statue, and then we can leave. But the more damage we do, the more we'll get paid. I vote that we stay a little longer. I'm all for money, but this is some seriously unsettled chi. I can't predict what'll happen if we stay here and make things worse. I have a feeling that we might find ourselves in a very dangerous situation. Make things worse. Make things worse. Your chi is becoming more and more turbulent. It has reached a point where this churning energy has a physical manifestation visible in the atrium. The disruptions are working. Okay, well, I guess that is all I can do. They look happy to see us. I think that was Duncan saying that. Nice. Oh, jeez. Well, dang. There. And even more up there. carefully examine the room. Make sure I haven't missed any points that would let me. Here we go. Oh, just set those plants on fire. Why not? That'll certainly do it. And 100%. A well-dressed man steps forward, his peers staring smugly in your direction. His clothes are smart and clearly expensive, but lack the typical padding worn by guards and thugs. A quick look at his associates reveals the same style. Mages. On behalf of Wuxing Incorporated, we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the company's property and assets. However, they never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. The mage motions to you with a flick of his wrist. Leave no survivors. They did. Okay. He's frying your own there. Oh, hell. What are they shooting at? Okay, that was not very smart of me, I suppose. One less. That's good. Back in heavy cover there. That's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. There we go. No! Okay, I hope she's not dead. Just out for this mission, I hope. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electric sensation of the chi dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeable to those not even magically attuned. The disruption here is that strong. Behind you, the trapped and turbulent chi swirls inside the iconic Sky Tower atrium. You can actually see the air around the atrium warp and ebb as the chi surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. The job is done. You have desecrated the Wuxing Lotus, and in doing so, blemished the prideful face of a megacorp. Not bad for a night's work. He turns his back on the temple. I think we did the job up to the client standards, huh? The elevator arrives at the temple. Time to duck out the back door before security can respond further. Wuxing don't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will sit unfavorably on the tongues of Wuxing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered. You sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in feng shui should keep them spinning for months. The complete disruption of their chi and destruction of their temple will cripple the energy at this branch of the company, and with Wuxing focusing on restoring their temple, it will be a long time before they discover the full extent of your assault. Oh, that's useful. Although spirits do seem to go down pretty easily. Gaining control of enemy spirits, that's nice. Oh, nice. Oh, those are both good. I like that this deals AP damage, and I like that this ignores armor. Let's go with the one that ignores armor. Let's go with the melee attack. Okay. Glaring orc. A diminutive female orc regards you with a sharp, challenging look. The fierceness of her expression contrasts starkly with her sweet, rounded face and neat bob. She flexes her cyber fists. She fires off a rapid-fire reproach in a thick Filipino accent. Why are you staring like that? Didn't anybody teach you manners? She plants her fists on her leather-clad hips and juts her chin out at you. Sorry. She blinks and her jaw unclenches. It's all right. I can tell you're a newcomer. Just feel a little protective of my part of town. The orc looks you up and down. Finally, with a gruff nod, she introduces herself. I'm Rosario Ignacio, or to the members of my community, Cherry Pink. I specialize in transport missions and nanny services, and I occasionally Shadowrun for walking around money. I can also fry up a mean batch of lumpia if you can't have, but you can't have any unless I like you. How did you go from babysitting to running the shadows? Her cheeks flush. Well, I used to take care of the children of a whooshing bigwig up in the Peak. Turned out she was siphoning corporate funds to support both a gambling addiction and an extravagant lifestyle. She got sloppy, and I stumbled across some pretty damning documents as I was tidying the house. I couldn't unsee them, much as I wished it, and I started to fear for my life. She was growing desperate, erratic. So I ran. What's happened in the Philippines that you can't go back? Japanese imperial state happened. Supposedly they've been in charge there for decades. I was just a little girl when they sent their imperial marines in. They destroyed my old neighborhood. I don't remember the events, but I still dream of fire to this day. Supposedly in charge, you say? The Japanese ran up against resistance from forces that came to be known as the Hook, nationalists, neo-anarchists, but the resistance ultimately gets its backing from a dragon, Masaru. While the struggle continues, the country can't heal. Never ever cut a deal with a dragon. She shrugs. Well, I haven't personally. I just want to be home somewhere. Too bad about the Philippines. She snorts and lifts her chin high. Filipinos are a resilient people. I think the Hook will triumph eventually. And if I've got a Filipino community around me, I'm good. Thanks for talking about it anyway. Not many people care enough to bother. How'd you get your cyberware? There's always been a large community of Filipinos in the shadows. I reached out and they all pitched in to set me up as a Shadowrunner. Now whenever I land a good gig, I give most of my earnings away, giving back to the community. Do you ever have regrets about leaving your old life behind? She looks away suddenly, her eyes moistening. I'm not sentimental about my old post, if that's what you mean. The orc takes a big breath and continues. But on Sundays, my only day off, I used to go and sit with the other nannies and housekeepers. We'd bring pieces of cardboard so we could sit on the ground in the shade under bridges. We'd gossip, eat lumpia and rice cake. Nothing special. But I don't belong to that world anymore. I couldn't risk getting back to my old employer. I miss my old friends, though. You didn't run too far. Why not leave Hong Kong? I couldn't go back to Manila because of those JIS scumbags, but there's always been a large community of Filipinos in the shadows. I sought them out. Cherry Pink seems like an odd choice for a street name. She glowers at you. It's a bona fide Filipino nickname. Unless you want a mouthful of fist, you'll show it respect. You said that you make great lumpia. What is that exactly? Filipino spring rolls, crispy and delicious and full of pork, or whatever pork-flavored substitute is on sale. It's important to be frugal. It has suddenly become very important to me that you like me. A corner of her mouth twitches upward. She gives you a sidelong glance. Then you must earn it. Everybody wants to be my friend because everybody wants Lumpia. Only a handful deserve it. You said that you're a nanny? She nods enthusiastically. Look around you. See these Shadowrunners and dealers of contraband and Johnsons? There's a fair number who have kids, though they wouldn't shout it from the rooftops. It's usually too dangerous to keep family close. That's where I come in. Shadow nannies are a great idea. No more bringing my baby into combat situations. How much business did you pull in? York raises her chin proudly. Plenty. People will never stop having kids. The more dangerous the world gets, the more my services are necessary. I've taught children good manners, hygiene, and the proper use of firearms for over 20 years. You teach kids to use weapons? I show them how to use weapons safely. She jabs his finger at you for emphasis. What's dangerous is not explaining their world to them. The shadows, that is. These kids have to grow up fast. Weapons training is appropriate when you're living in a smuggler's den. Makes perfect sense to me. I'm really glad that someone finally gets it. The gut reaction for most people is to deny the danger. The rest seem to think that children are too immature to step up to the challenge. Me, I trust my kids. I don't underestimate them, and they never let me down. I should go. She nods at you. Yeah, be on your way then. I love all the incidental characters in these games. Hey, Gobbet. Sorry about the... Gobbet looks up from her hot plate at the sound of your approach. A smile creases her face. She raises her eyebrows and gestures at the cabin around you. You know, the bolt hole has really been shaping up over the past few days. With all the work that we've been putting into her, she's starting to feel like a real home. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hands on her hips, sending madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson? Or did you just want to chat? Any thoughts about that last run? It always surprises me how much corporations will pay to screw up a competitor's feng shui. Hell, they'll even take each other to court over architecture that blocks chi. It has real impact, though. A little shift here and there might not seem like much, but even fractions of a penny lost on their stock value is millions. Gobbet shrugs, pursing her lips. I could see us change the flow of chi in that building, but I still have no idea how to make it work for me. You need a real specialist for that, like a Taoist priest or something. Based on what I could see, though, I think Wu Xing's fortunes will wane, at least for the time being. They'll fix what we broke, eventually, but until then, there may be a rash of stubbed toes. So, what else did you want to chat about? I'm ready for my next lesson. Yeah? She smiles. That's good. I was hoping that you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. Gobbet runs a hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back to you. All right. This is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. If you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way, and if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? Sure, sounds good. Good. So last time, I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time, I'm going to tell you about a run that I went on with my regular team. Nightjar's team, you mean? No, this was long before I hooked up with them. Iz was still learning to deck back then. She was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time, and it'd be another couple of years before I'd meet Nightjar or Auntie Chung. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about. They're all gone now, anyway. You've had a rough career, haven't you? Yeah, I guess that I have. But I'm still alive. That's something. Puts me ahead of a lot of other runners I've known. The truth of the matter is, as runners, dying on the job is an occupational hazard. We're disposable assets. It shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. It's the same way in the Barrens. Here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, you know how it is. People die and it's sad, but there's no sense moping about it. How did you meet this group of yours? Through mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we decided to start running as a team. There was this floating squatters commune out in Hung Hom Bay. It's probably still out there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time, but I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. You lived on a raft? Yeah, basically. We called it the sinking ship. It wasn't much to look at, just a whole bunch of shipping containers all bolted together into a great big floating brick. It wasn't the most comfortable place I've ever lived, but the price was right and the company was good. Tell me about the team you were running with. Sure. She extends a hand so that she can count off teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control, big round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his hair. He called himself Honu. I guess that he loved turtles? I don't know, street names are weird. We had a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. She had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties, too. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Sui. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones. Walked with a hunch to make himself look smaller. He was a shaman. Followed Rat, like me. Can't be many troll rat shamans out there. Not that I've met, but Sui seemed like a really good guy. We got along fine. I actually really liked everyone on the team. They were a lot of fun to run with. I'd like to hear more about the sinking ship. Let's hold off on that for a little bit, okay? I'd like to get through the rest of this story before we spend any more time on the raft. After your lesson's over, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the commune, but for now I'd rather not get sidetracked. Okay, I think I've got a grasp on the team dynamic. Keep going. She nods. All right, moving on. So one day, Tsui brought us a job. He'd met a client in a Victoria Harbor bar, a rich Eastern Tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something for him, a shiny object. She raises her hands. I know, it's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us, the shiny object. That was what he wanted us to get. He never gave it any other name. Alright, so what'd the client tell you about this thing? He gave us a physical description. We were supposed to look for a chunk of red jade about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror-polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said that it'd have paper charms hanging off it, foo talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. The client also told us about the shiny object's then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Kong Shu Yan. Hedge wizard? She nods. He had the whole wise old sage thing going on. He had the robes, the little hat, the kind smile. Oh, and the pièce de résistance, a long wispy beard. He was mean as a snake, though. Had a rep to prove it. Intel said that Old Man Xiu Yan was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He'd built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yaomate night market. Supposedly, a good fifth of the stalls in that place were on Xiu Yan's payroll. What kinds of magical paraphernalia are we talking about? She begins counting off examples on her fingers. Pickled reagents in mason jars, hermetic scrolls and charms, relics looted from Buddhist temples, crates of old Balinese Rangda masks, and fist-sized stones from a great dragon's kidney. Xiu Yan sold it all. How he got his hands on it in the first place is anyone's guess. Some of that stuff sounds valuable. Yeah, I'm sure that some of it was. Most of it was crap, though, fakes and forgeries to sell gullible tourists. Sifting the good stuff from the bad would have taken time, and we weren't planning on sticking around long enough to do that. Fair enough. So, we'd cased the warehouse for a couple of nights before the run. Did some recon, took some notes. From what we'd seen, we were pretty sure that Xiu Yan was keeping our payday in a vault area at the very back of the building. Security was pretty heavy, though. He was paying a local triad for protection, and he kept a lot of their boys on staff. Tsui was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside and enter the warehouse in 2 teams. Team A would create a diversion, Team B would hit the vault while security was looking the other way. We'd grab our payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there. Splitting the group can be trouble depending on the size of the group. And she named like 4 people, I think. But yeah. Seems straightforward enough. How'd it work out? Surprisingly well, up to a point. Team A, Honu and Egret, circled around to the loading dock just like we'd planned. Tsui and I waited by the service entrance. We didn't have to wait long. A couple minutes in, we heard this ungodly crash, then another and another. As it turns out, Egret had rigged into Xiu Yan's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them running amok in the loading dock, chasing down workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile. Sounds like subtle. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be subtle. She was making a distraction, remember? Honestly, Seattle, you need to start paying attention. Anyway, Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to do. As Tsui and I watched, most of the triad guys at the service entrance abandoned their posts and went hauling off towards the loading dock. A couple guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easily enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse where the shiny object was supposed to be. And did you find it there? Yeah, actually, it was there, just like we thought it would be. The door was open and everything. The shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle, gleaming with reflected light, just like the client had said. It had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off it like a grass skirt, the paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of, pulsed, as if it had a heartbeat. That sounds ominous. Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. I couldn't get the clap. Wow. That's... I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secure, Tsui and I turned to hightail it out of there. And then things went to shit. Did the shiny object do something unpredictable? No, not the shiny object. Old man Xiu Yan. He was standing there, right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he'd come running, well, waddling, to make sure that his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't, because I'd already stolen the thing. He looked displeased. What'd you do? What do you think we did? He had our backs to a wall. We lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged, the vault door sealed behind Shu Yan like something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Tsui's back and tried to bite his ear off. I won't bore you with a play-by-play of how the fight went down. In the end, we crushed him. Unfortunately, the fighting had caused some collateral damage. At some point during our showdown with Shu Yan, the control panel for the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or the blast of a power ball. It was toast, all black and melted, and neither of us could fix it. So you were trapped in the vault? Yeah, that's about the size of it. It was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there. There was still one way out, a ventilation duct up high in the rafters, but it was too small for Tsui to fit through. He was a troll, after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Tsui there and security got to him, well, you do the math. So, here's the conundrum. I've got our payday in my satchel. The team is split. It's inevitable that more Triad 49ers are gonna find us, but we don't know when or how many. Ygritte and Honu are holding their own in the loading dock, for now. I can stay with Tsui to help fight off the inevitable wave of Triad 49ers, but we'll be badly outmatched. Like, badly. The odds of survival won't look good for either of us. If Ygritte weren't pinned down in the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open, but in order to get to her, I'll have to leave Tsui alone in the vault. If Shu Yan's reinforcements find Tsui before I get back with Ygritte, well... She uses her thumb to draw a line across her neck. So that's the scenario, Seattle. Not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what should I do? Well, it mostly depends on whether Ygritte and Honu know that you've already made it to the vault. Like, if they're going to be headed there as soon as they can anyway. My gut tells me, take the gamble, go for Ygritte. Could have done that, I guess. It might have worked. Of course, it could have gotten Tsui gunned down in a vault, too, but in retrospect, that wouldn't have been a huge loss. Anyway, that wasn't what I did. I saw what I thought could be a way to save the day, so I went ahead and took it. I fished the shiny object out of my bag. I still remember how the Taoist talismans that ringed the thing crinkled in my hands. I remember shrugging, saying, the hell with it. I put the thing in Tsui's bare hands and told him to go nuts. It was almost like Tsui had been waiting for me to pass him the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged that chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Colors swam in the stone, and something changed in his eyes. Then old man Shu Yan's 49ers breached the door, and Tsui unleashed hell. She pauses, frowning, stops scratching Folly, and uses the hand to rub her eyes. Finally, she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those Triad men were torn to scraps by the end of it. Don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made. She clears her throat. I spent most of the fight huddled up in the corner for my own safety. What Tsui let loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe. What do you mean by that? Did he summon hostile spirits or something? Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding, but he couldn't have done it without the shiny objects, not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them here. So what happened then? She shrugs. We waited for things to calm down in the vault and for the things to go slithering away. I think that we had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Sui gave me the shiny object back, and I put it in my satchel, and we bailed. We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what had happened on the other side of the warehouse, and I didn't see a reason to change that. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat back to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished. Gobbet looks away again, stares off into space. From what I'm told, people still avoid Xiu Yan's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted even to this day. People who set foot in the building keep turning up dead. Pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why. Abruptly, her body language changes. Anyway, that's it. Lesson's over. If you got any questions, go ahead. Was there a point to this story? I'm trying to find a moral here. There was when I started telling it. I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not feeling it anymore. Why not? At least your team made it out of this run alive. They didn't stay that way for long, but let's leave that for next time, huh? I don't want to get into it just now. Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Yeah, sure. The story's over, so we can get into it. I moved onto the sinking ship when I was just a kid. I think that I was 12, maybe 13 years old at the time. In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends, Cadmus and Malvina. They were older, but they were always cool to me. Did your friends build the raft? No way. Cadmus probably could have, but he didn't. He and Malvina, appropriated it from its former owners. There was a team of Shadowrunners that had lived on the thing before us, but they bidded on a job. Cad and Mal heard the knock of opportunity, and they claimed the raft for Rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defenses all over the raft. Cad had his hands full with those for a month. What kind of traps are we talking about? She shrugs. The usual stuff. Explosives, pop turrets, that kind of thing. Cad and his sister Yasmin took care of most of it without too much trouble. The biggest problems were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives all along the perimeter that had ripped the bottom out of the thing if it were ever seized by the police. The explosives were tricky to deal with. Cad was able to disarm them, but he had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple 100 pounds of dormant explosives. Yeah, I can't blame you there. She shrugs. Hey, like I said, it was free. There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Malvina was sort of the leader of our little nest, but we never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mom card, instill a sense of responsibility into us. It was cute. She did have a propensity for getting things done, though. I have to give her that. Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, Shadowrunners, and assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool to them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that. Think you wound up squatting on the bolt hole because of your time on the sinking ship? I don't know, maybe. Never really thought about it before, but yeah, maybe. A corner of her mouth curls upward. I guess that I'm a water rat now. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Of course. Like I said, it's a long story. So, was there something else that you wanted to talk about? That's all for now, Gobbet. Talk to you later. Yeah. Hey, Seattle. I'm sorry that this lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. I'm not really sure what came over me. It's cool, don't worry about it. Well, I still feel bad about it. So look, I'll make you a deal. Your next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more question and answer sessions. How does that sound? Fine by me, Gobbet. Catch you next time. She waves. Next time. Isabel's avatar flickers onto the screen. I saw that you accepted my offer. That was the right choice, you'll see. I'm ready to make our run on DECCON whenever you are. Any thoughts about that last run? She shakes her head. Nope, sorry. Jacking into the octopus is how I relax after a long day of work. Some people go to sports bars or strip clubs. I do this. As a rule, I don't spoil my leisure time with shop talk. That's the way you feel? It is. So if you wouldn't mind changing the subject, she lets the sentence hang. Sure, drop by anytime. Dead-end hallway there. He has nothing to say. You wake with a start. Once again, you're tangled in your sheets, drenched in sweat. Your throat feels like it's on fire. You can't remember what your dreams were about, not precisely. But again, you feel that yearning sensation, the emptiness in your gut and in your chest. Your head throbbing, you heave yourself out of bed. Check your inbox. Urgent task. From Kindly Chung. Little birds have been whispering in my ear about an urgent and high-paying run. Steel Arm Lou, a red pole, managed to get his hands on information concerning a prototype laser weapon in development by Ares Asia Holdings. For years, the Yellow Lotus and the Red Dragon have been locked in a cold war. Despite this, we remain evenly matched. Neither one of us can attack the other without being exposed to devastating reprisals. Lou wants to change this, and he has a plan. Rather than strike directly, Lou intends to aim external forces at the Red Dragon, specifically Knight Errant. He intends to frame a white paper fan named Golden Fong, making it appear that the Red Dragon have been bribing Ares researchers for classified data. Two leading drone and energy weapons researchers have recently transferred from London to Hong Kong and are running the project. Doctors Taylor and Hardingham were respected in Europe, but in Hong Kong they remain unknown quantities. They're untrusted, and therefore are considered untrustworthy. Perfect targets, in other words. We will provide data that will make it look as if the researchers were contacted by Golden Fong and made quite a bit of money, but grew tired of the arrangement. Transfer the attached files to a data chip. The files are bundled with a worm program which will auto-execute when inserted into the appropriate systems. You need not bring a Decker, though one may be helpful. You will need to plant data in the visitor record system, the camera systems in Hardingham and Taylor's lab. Financial data is to be transferred to Dr. Taylor's personal terminal. That, in and of itself, will not be enough to ensure knight-errant involvement, however. Planting the data is only the first part of your task. This is where a heavier touch will be required. You will also need to steal the prototype laser weapon. There is a GPS tracking device attached to it, which Lou will plant deep in Red Dragon territory. The apparent theft of a prototype weapon by a disgruntled Triad member should convince Ares to dispatch overwhelming force against the Red Dragon, dealing them a vicious blow. As a note, Lou does not care what becomes of the laser weapon. If you wish to sell it or keep it, feel free. I have also attached a map of your extraction route from the building. During the facility's expansion in 2052, Ares Asia was forced to extend their foundations deeper into the island. They drove piles through the former site of the central MTR station, which partially collapsed during the Dalu Bay earthquake of 2044. Practically, this means that you can exit through the basement directly onto the new MTR line through Central. With any luck, you can be gone without anyone knowing how. Unfortunately, this route is heavily alarmed, so you will be forced to go in the front door. If you can con the front desk, you should have no problems. The facility is both an office and a residence, so strange people coming and going at odd hours is not unusual. If you're not up to fast talk, however, be prepared to shoot your way in. Lou does not care if you are loud or quiet, but a word of caution, he came by all this information via the loose lips of one of the research team. Other fixers know of this job. Move fast, and you are guaranteed success. But there are definitely other Shadowrunners with an eye on your prize. Very well. Steel Arm Lou sends his regards and bids you good fortune and plentiful ammunition. The dramatic get. Don't die, Adol the Red. Our arrangement has been very profitable so far, and I would hate to lose that. Restaurant job. One of the things I've learned over the years is that even the rich and powerful have annoyances, thorns in their side, if you will. No one is without troubles. The rich just have different ways of solving them. The client for this run has grown tired of one particular thorn in his side, Chung Sing Rooster Lo. Lo is a red pole for one of the smaller triads here in Hong Kong, the 289s, or the Easy Money Gang, if you prefer. Despite the 289's small stature, Lo's illegal activities have managed to damage the client's profits. Mr. Johnson would like you to help him show Lo the error of his ways. Lo takes an evening every few months to dine at the Shangri-La restaurant in Aberdeen. If you aren't aware, the Shangri-La is an elite establishment, serving primarily corporate clientele from Wuxing Incorporated. Because of this, it's not unusual for diners to bring bodyguards or assistants with them. In Lo's case, he brings a particularly brutish enforcer known as the Talon, and undoubtedly feels well protected. You are going to prove just how wrong he is in this regard. You are to kidnap Rooster Lo. So long as he is alive and in relatively good health, all options are on the table. While keeping the run quiet would make things easier for Mr. Johnson, no one will shed too many tears over a few dead triad thugs. The client has arranged an exit via boat. So long as you can get Lo from the interior to the restaurant's dock, the client will handle everything else. Despite being a red pole, Lo is a tactician, not a fighter. Don't expect him to put up much of a fight. The Talon, on the other hand, is as nasty as they come. Be careful about how you confront him, or things may go very badly. I've let the client know you've accepted the job. By the time you arrive at the Shangri-La, the boat to get you out will be waiting. Claim payment for the Wuxing sabotage run. A little bird whispered in my ear that Wuxing's fortunes are already falling. Their stock value dropped by 2% already. The client finds this to be an acceptable indication of your success, and has forwarded payment. I've attached your cut to this email. I didn't see the alert that said how much my cut was. Post-pay data. This newscast just aired. If anyone wants to watch real-time isobar data or Earthsat images of the storm, the basic service paywall on Skywatcher imagery is easily circumvented. The Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency today issued an advanced typhoon warning for the northern Philippines and the coast of the Guangdong Confederation, as Tropical Storm Usagi has grown into a full-strength typhoon, Category 3, in the Pacific. Typhoon Usagi has formed late in the year for such a powerful storm. Meteorologists credit this growing trend of awakened cold season typhoons to global warming and powerful magical vortices in the eastern Pacific, which appears to help drive moist air convective over cooler ocean waters. The newscaster looks down at her notes. According to the official release by Lanson Roki of the IJMA, Usagi is now identified as an awakened storm. We have observed strong lightning activity, electromagnetic anomalies, and extreme concentrations of awakened seabirds along its edges. Yikes. Awakened storms exhibit anomalous physical and magical behavior. Many experts believe they show reactive intelligence and possibly even self-awareness, and will resist making landfall to prolong their lives, even holding position against prevailing winds. Study of these storms is inhibited by their extreme environmental conditions and astral turbulence. In physical strength, Usagi may peak as a violent typhoon, Category 5 on the Eastern Pacific scale, but will weaken substantially before making landfall. Although Mariner lore is replete with tales of malicious storms, scientists have detected no provable animosity towards metahumans in the behavior of these miracles of nature. Learn more on Wild Storms of the Pacific this week's episode of Savage Nature with host Bertrand Madonaker. The Guangdong coast will likely have a long precursor battering, with drenching rains but moderate winds as Usagi stalls offshore. Usagi is one of the more powerful storms of the season, but is not unusual. Usagi does not have super typhoon potential. This is going to be perfect. A long, soft hit by Usagi. Lots of electromag interference. Security and cops all tied up. It's running season. I hope everyone's ready for a high operational tempo. Our fixer's already scrambling for crews. I heart storms. Verse smack. Come one, come all, and welcome to what could very well be the last Shadowland Poetry Slam. Why do you keep trying to do this? There's something kind of sad about that. End of an era. In honor of Jive Bird, I created an expert system that writes haikus. It takes whatever's being said in a thread and turns it into a poem. Mind if I fire it up? Snazzy, you shouldn't have. What kind of poetry slam includes bots? This is lame. Homage to Jivebert. The program stirs, churns out text. 3 lines mar the piece. Haha, that's brilliant. Now I can hang up my quill. I really don't buy that a bot can produce poetry like a living, breathing, feeling human being. Sorry. This is bullshit. Despair grips the poets, a machine crafting haikus. The Jivebot breaks free. Was that supposed to happen? The slam is now slammed. This program has broken loose. Pandemonium. Well, look on the bright side. How much damage can a runaway poetry bot do, anyway? You fucking people. Sorry, that... I usually censor myself better than that. That one slipped past me. A short clip of a Trid News broadcast begins playing. And despite their efforts, no one has yet to come forward. The government of Hainan has denied all connection with the terrorist fugitives, even going so far as to state that the White Star organization no longer exists. There has been no word from the HKPF on the whereabouts of the fugitive terrorists. The mood on the streets is nervous. There is no telling when or where these terrorists will strike. For now, the Special Duties Unit of the HKPF remains on active alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This is Sunny Chung with Horizon News, signing off. What a load of crap. How are they going to convince us a bunch of crazy terrorists got into the Fez and just disappeared under their noses, huh? This would never happen if Lone Star was the sole police force here. Sure, because heavily armed terrorists never sneak into Lone Star cities like Chicago and Seattle, only to disappear and remain free to roam the streets after they engage in public gun battles. There's no way Hainan is connected to these people. If they really were White Star, they'd have struck already. Their entire modus operandi is suicide bombings and civilian casualties. If these people are hiding, they're probably on the wrong side of a setup. Sure, because everybody in the shadows is just some bleeding heart fighting the megas because they believe in freedom. Grow the hell up. Looking for tailor for special job. Searching for a tailor for some unusual custom work. Ratstar123. I might know a guy. Is this for armor? Not exactly. It's a surprise birthday gift for a friend. A friend's drone, actually. What exactly do you want to tailor to make for a drone? A cat costume, with soft little ears and paws. Or better yet, a bear suit. Ooh, or a red samurai outfit. I even have a reference that I can provide. Okay, you got a fat stack of Nuyen? This is going to cost. I'll find the Nuyen. Can you help me? This'll be so worth it. Yeah, I'll hook you up. Thread, can't get a flight to Seattle. Hey, I've got a problem I'm hoping one of you can help with. I came out to the Fez 2 weeks ago for work. Now that the job is wrapped, I've been trying to get an under-the-table flight to Seattle for the past week. Off the books, no passport control, that kind of thing. Nobody's making the trip. What gives? Check the news feeds, man. Haven't you heard? The Seattle is on lockdown. Nothing coming into or out of the city without a thorough search for at least another week. They caught some smugglers trying to move some really nasty stuff in through a covert landing at Discovery Park. That seems like a bit of an overreaction. Tons of awful stuff moves through Seattle every day. What's so different about this time? Not like this. You didn't hear it from me, but I have some friends with ICE. They say whatever it was, it set off the radiological alarms on the Coast Guard ship that was sweeping the area. We're talking fissionable material here, enriched and ready to go in a bomb. No way. I don't buy that for a second. More likely, some corp had an accident with one of their ships and dumped some radiological material. They just don't want to admit it, so City Hall is covering their asses. Don't dismiss the news so lightly. The smugglers were carrying cargo for Winter Night. It's only pure luck the cargo was intercepted at all. Who the hell is Winter Night? Sounds like a goblin rock band. Not who, what. All you need to know is this. Winter Night is bad news. You cross them, they destroy your life. You ever run into any of them on a job, I suggest a solution that comes in 7.62 millimeters. Thread, New Pinoy in HK. Hi there. Just arrived in HK from CFS and want to meet, other runners from the Philippines. Salamat po. Anyone? I make really good pancit. Well, why didn't you say so right away? Kumusta po kayo? Lots of former Hook families here. Welcome. Hi, Taga-san ka? Me from Manila. I'm a decker. You? QC here. I'm a decker too. Pancit is fine and good, but can you also make dinuguan? PM me if you can. Kumusta? Nice to meet you, QC Blues. Hi there, Street Mage here. Might know some Pinoy runners looking for a new decker. Welcome. Smiley face. Pardon my pronunciation. I have no idea how Tagalog is pronounced. I'm just guessing. Okay. So yeah, the Ares. Yeah, this is the one. Aries Asia Holdings. That's going to be the one I want to do first, because that sounds like it has a timer on it. I need more drink. I also need to record my life. I'll be right back. Oh, great, my foot's asleep. Mm. Vince and Harry, I forgot a drink. But Vince and Harry are both still sleeping in my room. It's cute. Hey, Gin, what are you up to? The three men are once again fixated on their game board. Gin rubs his hands together nervously, his face twisted in concentration. It appears that Shu now has the upper hand. The silence of the game is deafening. Amateur players would be filling the air with clicks and clacks of the stones against the wooden playing board, relentlessly trying to outdo one another. These men are different. Shu picks up a small black stone. His hand reaches over the board, then pauses. Gin stares at the outstretched hand, suddenly still. Shu begins to lower the stone. Down, down. Gin is practically on his toes, and then Shu pulls his hand back. Perhaps not there. He strokes his short beard thoughtfully. Gin tosses his arms into the air, nearly knocking over the playing board. Damn it, Shu, when you start a move, you commit to it. I swear if you're doing this on purpose. Friends, Lao interrupts the players. We have a visitor. The two players look up. Gin sighs and holds his face in one hand, mutters something beneath his breath. Shu's eyes fix on you. He stares unspeaking. His generous smiles and playfulness from before are absent. Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if you're all still having the dreams. This again? Don't you have anything better to do? Yes, we're all still having the dreams. However, they've gotten a hell of a lot worse. Gin shifts uncomfortably. Look, let's not go into detail. Anything would be great. He mulls this over. All right. But afterward you have to let us finish our game. Sure. He nods approvingly, then glances at Lao and Shu before continuing. Our dreams have become, unpleasant, so to say. Darker. Violent. He runs his hand along his tightly cropped beard. Not all that healthy, if you ask me, especially for men of our age. We come out of them in a daze sometimes. Feels like we've been punched in the senses. And the imagery. You can see him shiver as he thinks about it. Well, I said no details, so no details. That about sum it up, Shu? Master Lao? I have nothing more to add. Shu? No, nothing. Shu's eyes bore into you. Is everything all right, Shu? You've been staring at me for a while. Shu continues to stare at you, his face pale. He opens his mouth, closes it. He seems to be struggling to find words. What's wrong with you, Shu? You'd better not be having a stroke. We're in the middle of a game. If Shu heard Gin, he doesn't show it. He looks at you and his eyes widen. You need to go faster. His voice is urgent, pleading. The shadows that follow you are getting closer. Excuse us, Adol. Our friend is tired. Lao clasps a hand on Shu's shoulder, who doesn't seem to notice. These dreams have taken a toll on all of us. Please, come back some other time. Understood. Take care. The side of Matthew's trailer looks freshly scrubbed. It reeks of kerosene. Broad swaths of the flaking paint have been removed, revealing the brittle plastic siding discolored by years of acid rain. You can still see the faded black traces of erased graffiti. It reads, Job Stealer. Something thumps inside the trailer. You could easily peer in one of the windows. Inside are dingy, cramped living quarters, cluttered with broken drones and unwashed dishes. What looks like a rumpled, motley-colored shag carpet is heaped over about half the tiny space, obscuring most of the furniture. After a moment, the shag carpet moves. It rises about a foot and surges slightly towards the window. Then it stops, pulsing and fidgeting. It's hard to see it clearly through the built-up grime on the window. The carpet is actually plush-covered drones. Teddy bears, raccoons, little dolls. There must be 24 inside the caravan, all companionship models. They're all looking at you as if they've realized you're not Matthew. They watch, fidgeting. Then, in one coordinated motion, they all lie down and go dormant again. Huh. Hey, Crafty. Immediately upon entering, you notice the clutter. Somehow, the small magic shop is even messier than before. Stacks and stacks of books occupy chairs, tables, and the tops of shelves. There seems to be even more than when you first visited. It's as if you just entered a paper factory and it's spawning season. The heck does that mean? You peer around a precariously arranged tower of books and find Crafty hungrily reading one of her mother's journals. Red rings her eyes, and tousled hair falls over her face. It looks like she hasn't seen the better part of a pillow in a couple days. She moves to stretch and spots you. With a quick flick of her hand, she marks her place in the journal. What a welcome sight. Have you found anything? Not too much. How about you? A slow smile spreads across her cheeks. She nods. This mind-numbing tedium is starting to pay off. Check this out. The dreams that everyone's having, they aren't really dreams. They're omens. From what I've gathered, we're walking a fine line here. They're pretty dangerous. Attempts to interpret them could lead to mixed results. What do you mean by omens? You know, omens. Harbingers of doom and gloom and bad things to come. Her mouth twists to the side as she thinks. Just a minute. Crafty opens a drawer behind the counter and brings out a dictionary, clears her throat. Omen, a sign that warns of future events by way of visionary creatures or hallucinations. She closes the book with a thump. What causes them? Apparently, these sorts of portents are commonly linked with malign places and disaster sites. They're caused by leakage through wounds between our world and the astral plane. Okay, great. That means we can seal them, right? I'm not sure we can. At least I haven't found anything about that in my mother's texts yet. She lays a hand flat on the countertop and leans forward. We don't want to dive into this haphazardly, Adol. Remember, these omens can be dangerous. How are they dangerous? She holds up a finger and starts digging around for another text. After a moment, she locates a small notepad and flips to a dog-eared page. In here, it says these visions, or dreams, or whatever you want to call them, are real. They're open to interpretation, but interpreting them incorrectly can be disastrous. Astral space is a place of dream logic. Taking the things you see too literally can be even more dangerous than ignoring them. So whatever we do, interpret or ignore, we're inviting trouble. You've got it. The slim chance we have to dig for some sort of meaning is through interpretation, but it's not easy to interpret a dream, and it's even more difficult to separate the nonsense from the substance. Can you interpret the dreams? Crafty plunks the notepad on top of a nearby book tower. I can't help you interpret your dreams. Whatever they're trying to impart, it's beyond me. All I can do is keep reading. There has to be something in this library that can help us understand what's happening. Keep it up. Every bit helps. She stifles a yawn. Yep, I'm on it. That is not the kind of magic. See you soon. I'll be here. Ambrose looks up from what appears to be a housework drone on the operating table. Scrub up and get me the defibrillator paddles, Adol. I'm installing some headers on this guy's liver, and now we're going to shock him back to life. Ambrose bursts into laughter. But seriously, hand me the lube. What can I do for you today? Have you been having dreams, Ambrose? Nightmares? Nightmares? Hell, Adol, that's my life. I curl up with a bottle of vodka and a handful of pills every night. But if you mean the toothy hunting horror dream, yeah, I've been having it. Shit, it's just one more nightmare. Ambrose drops his voice and leans forward a little in his wheelchair. Let me tell you, though, I've been doing a brisk business in sleep aids. Just today, someone asked me for some ketamine. Ketamine? That stuff is a horse tranquilizer. What the hell made them think of that? Can I have some ketamine? Hell no. If I had ketamine, I'd take it myself. But seriously, it's not something that's good to self-prescribe. You eat a bunch of ketamine, it's not going to make you feel well-rested. Can you think of any medical reason we'd all be having the same nightmare? Nope. Even if we were all doing something similar, intensively, it shouldn't happen. Our experiences are all too different. I've heard of mages and shamans who are somehow connecting to each other, sharing dreams, but that's all. Ambrose waves his hand dismissively. Hell, what do I know? I'm not a doctor, I'm just a guy who subscribes to psychological modernista. If you want to know about dreams, ask Crafty. My formal diagnosis is that something effing weird is going on. Thanks, Ambrose. No problem. Just doing my part to tamp down the crazy. So you were a Hong Kong Shadowrunner? I was. He looks down at the remnant of his body, scarred and dismembered. I sure don't look much like one now. Ambrose yawns and stretches, straining his leg stump and scarred arm in opposite directions. Man, that feels good. So there's a particular way this kind of conversation goes. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Yeah, we orbit around each other for a while, then tacitly agree to speak only in the vaguest of terms. Ambrose looks at you approvingly. The grapevine says it's your first rodeo, but I'm not sure I believe that. Listen, I'm circumspect about my past, and you're a new active runner, so I don't want to know any of your story. It's only a liability to me. Ambrose props himself up painfully and leans forward a little. His living eye has an intelligent gleam to it. So let's make this conversation useful. I'll cut the BS and give you some down low on Hong Kong from an expat runner perspective. In return, you don't dig for my jobs list. Deal? Deal. Rock solid. Hong Kong's a good lily pad for a derby crasher like yourself, Adol. The shadows are deep, the money flows, it's friendly to foreigners, and there's no real government. The whole place is run by corporations and syndicates. However, as fresh meat off the boat, you've got to decide who you want to be. Foreign runners know 3 career paths in the Kong. They assimilate, they burn their bridges and get out fast, or they die. If you're a short-timer, you can be as violent and splashy as you want, but a Waldo arm swings over his shoulder and points emphatically at you with its claw. If you're in for the long haul, learn the local arts. Discretion, restraint, respect. Get that long-term face and don't embarrass people. The Hong Kong shadows grind through expendable runners who are loaded up with bad face and then dumped in Victoria Harbor. So whatever you do, watch your back. Anything I can do to mitigate the risk? Just keep your head on a swivel. If you're only planning to be here for a couple of months and then vanish, cash in big. But if you want a life here, you've got to play by the rules. The other thing to remember is that Hong Kong is a really complex place. It's one of the great global cities with enclaves of every major megacorp. It's a syndicate town, it's a refugee magnet, and it's Guangdong. At some level, anything goes here, but, Ambrose takes a deep breath and continues in a tone of low appreciation. When in doubt, assume that old Hong Kong tradition rules. I say that as a loudmouth bastard. Be polite. Be modest. Honor favors. Maintain face. Give respect. And always treat people's time as valuable. You seem pretty into this, Ambrose. Hong Kong fascinates me. I used to hate it here. Now I love it. Ambrose takes a big breath and sighs contentedly. I found a nice little piece. If you survive, maybe you can too. And you sure do seem like a survivor. People know who I am, but only in the network. Kindly runs this neighborhood like a separate country. You paddle a boat across the canal and no one's ever heard of me, and never will. Ambrose suddenly stops himself as if he realizes what he's saying. He finishes lamely. Anyway, it's private. Sounds like something went sideways. No, Captain Obvious. I learned everything I just told you from the Tai Chi dude at the end of the dock. That's also where I got the overuse injury that put me in this chair. I kinda like you, Adol, in spite of your choice moments. Watch yourself out there. This isn't how I'd have phrased it, but yeah, it's like you work with bionic limbs. Why haven't you given yourself some? Why haven't you given yourself some prosthetics? Ambrose taps his temple with one of his only remaining fingers, because I'm already chromed to the gills. I don't look it, but I've got a full suite. Quad jacks, no soft, radio, skill wire, tactical computer, whole bunch of rigger wear. He lifts his dirty t-shirt, revealing a pair of tubes emerging from his side, running down into the wheelchair. Check it out. I've got an artificial liver in my chair. I want to keep my last essence. I've come to like my humanity. I don't want to turn into one of the Walking Dead. Good call, then. That's a lot of chrome. Yes, it is. I didn't start my career as a bonesaw. Ambrose scratches himself ostentatiously with a robotic arm. Listen, I like talking about my chrome more than the next guy, but not right now. Besides, it's kind of a personal subject. You looking for something today? Medical supplies. Yeah, spring for some gold trauma kits. And some basic ones, too. Just spend my whole payday on revives for now. Maybe some more med kits, too. Here we go. Oh, oops. Oh, I have 12 karma to spend. Heck yeah. Go. A little more dodge. And one more save. Excuse me. Ares facility. That's the one. As you move to board the train, your PDA buzzes. Ractor. My friend, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Something related to the Ares run that you recently accepted. That's funny. I was just heading out to do the job now. Will wonders never cease. An amazing coincidence, wouldn't you say? Stranger things have happened. What did you want to tell me? There are men, former colleagues of mine, at that facility. I tracked them here from Russia. They are thieves. They stole my research. Tracking them is the reason why I moved to Hong Kong in the first place. At long last, I can recover what's mine and bring the villains who stole it to justice. But I will need your help to do it. I want, no, need you to bring me along on this job. Of course, you'll be the first man on the train when we head out. Thank you, my friend. I will be there directly. You will not regret this decision, I guarantee it. The line goes dead. Okay, so Isabel, Ractor.
Be a safe escalator user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
And Gobbit.
Be a safe escalator user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
Misdirection. Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbor, all glittering chrome and neon flash against the night's darkness. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirrored knives thrust into the sky, rending the clouds as they ascend into the heavens. The Ares Asia Holdings complex squats menacingly over Chater Road, a steel and concrete tumor intertwined with nearby buildings in a web of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the fifth floor, a public foyer that connects to the restricted areas of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in a cold, dimly lit reception area. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. Okay, good. I do get a moment to do loadout. All right, there we go. Ooh. Exiting the Ares Asia Holdings elevator on the fifth floor of the skyscraper complex, the antiseptic odor of the megacorporation's offices assails your nostrils. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield over the free enterprise zone. Ractor glances at his bracer, pulling up a page of notes on Ares Asia Holdings and scrolling through it. We're looking for a lab between floor 15 and 40. Everything below 15 is shopping and recreation, and the residential areas span 41 to 92. The auto repair circuits should be up there as well. I know Taylor and Hardingham. They'll keep it close to their main lab so they can work on the project in their off hours, and they'll need specialized testing equipment, things you can't fit in an apartment, even a big one. So everything we're looking for will be near the main lab? Yes. Once we plant the altered visitor record data, we can find the lab's precise location. From there, everything we need should be nearby. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings, a division of Ares Macro Technology. How may I assist you today? I've got a report on drone field testing I need to present. But you're obviously not an Ares citizen. Why would you be presenting anything? Ractor draws himself up straight, puffing his chest out as he raises his voice. I am Dr. Ractor, formerly employed by Grecian Aviacorps. I was the director of drone development for over 10 years, and the drone you see is part of my latest project. He looks unsure of himself. You can see his eyes flit to a conspicuous panic button mounted to the side of his desk, but he doesn't move. You aren't on the guest list. Ractor plows on, his booming voice cutting the secretary's question in half. It's a fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire direction data management, adaptive autosoft parsing, and modular weapons integration. This drone redefines Bleeding Edge. What's more, it has an adaptive experience registry subprogram. To wit, it learns. The secretary blinks a few times, his eyes glazed over by Ractor's barrage of technobabble. Oh, yes, I see. That's a lot of interesting information. What should I put down on the arrival sheet, then? Ractor regards the receptions coldly and curls one corner of his mouth into a sneer. Put down that I am here to make a sales pitch. If there is any company in this world with an interest in cutting-edge combat drones, it should be Ares Macro Technology. I have a full report on field and stress tests, part time to failure, and combat efficacy, and I do not like being delayed. Very well. Have a pleasant evening, Doctor. Please stay on this floor until your escort from the Drone Research Division arrives. This vent could fit a drone through it. Absent that, there's not much you can do with this. Oops. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Why didn't that? This power conduit is labeled Elevator Control and Power, a series of tangled cables and wires weave in and out of the junction box, as if it's been patched and repairs made many times. A note is taped to the side of the box. For God's sake, don't touch anything in here without contacting me first. This box is the most temperamental piece of crap I've ever worked with. If anything gets unplugged, the elevator system will go down and take the security card readers with it. Why did we spend all that new yen on improving security if everyone has to take the stairs? The drone could fairly easily rip out some of these cables, rendering the elevator and employee ID card readers inoperable until repaired. Sure. The drone tears out several of the elevator power and control cables, and a number of the diagnostic lights begin flashing red. It looks like you're going to be taking the stairs for the time being. This is a public matrix terminal for guests and visitors. Its primary functions appear to be directory and news services, as well as basic email. This is also a perfect terminal for you to upload the faked visitor records. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings. Please note all activity on public terminals is logged and recorded for security purposes. Please state your query. You slip the data chip into a port on the public terminal and let the worm go to work. After several seconds, the chip flashes green. Now Ares Asia Holdings records show that Golden Fong has visited on several occasions in the past. Hello, Harry. Dr. Taylor P. at aresasia.hkcentral.hkfez, Drone Automation Division, Floor 27. 27. Biography. Dr. Taylor has transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Ares Europe. Dr. Taylor's research focuses primarily on drone weapons technology, although previous work has centered on cryogenics technology and the impact of the Matrix on social structures and human development. Current research. Dr. Taylor is joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay Tidal Power System, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong MTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. Search for Dr. Hardingham. Advanced Drone Weaponry Division, Floor 27. Dr. Hardingham has transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Ares Europe. Dr. Hardingham holds advanced degrees in weapons design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories, Dr. Hardingham's duties are primarily related to the research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will keep Ares macrotechnology competitive in this rapidly changing world. While the specific work of the drone research laboratories is classified, previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robotic game theory, and collective machine learning. Ooh, a matrix terminal. What can you find, Isabel? Dang it, that was a waste. Guess I can try. Emo. Not so secure now, are you? Following such weird patterns. Nope, nope, don't go yet. Oh, that's not good. Oh, how did I dodge that? Hey, Astinia. Oh, my finger slipped. that one. Could be that one. Could be that one. Ends with a W. Could be either of those. Could be either of those still. It's this one. Subsystem is currently offline. It appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Huh. Well, I guess I've already bypassed the blocker at least, if I need to get at it again. Something else over there. Nope, 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 nope. Don't want to go yet. Move, move, move. There we go. What? Okay, I think my brain's getting too tired for these. Several of those. Okay, so it's one of these three. One of these two. It's this one. Same for that one. Damn it. There. That is probably another terminal. I can't jack out at a different terminal, because that's not how meat space works. Oh, there's something over there, too. Oh, this is already... Here's passwords. I don't know them. I could search around for it, or I can hack it. I can hack it. Oh, come on. That was a double strike. Oh, come on. Friggin'. Damn it. I wish I had noticed that one sooner. I feel silly. Can't do that. Warning, active alert in progress. Active security orders supersede regular schedules. Please contact administrator for more information. Forgot about that guy. Okay. For the hell of it, jack back in and see if I can... See if now that all the security has been taken out, if I can do anything with that, with this thing over here. Nope, still says active alert in progress. This office computer doesn't appear to be fully locked. It rests on an info page about Ares Asia Holdings. With a little finesse, a Decker could probably get into the user's secured email. The contents of the page consists primarily of marketing jargon, smiling corporate citizens, and a lot of information about the relatively recent incorporation of Ares Asia Holdings. Unfortunately, there's very little of value here unless you have an interest in stock photographs and corporate jingoism. Isabel rattles out a few lines of code and the machine beeps softly. You know, I'd expect Ares employees to be more careful with data security, but I guess nobody's perfect. From inside the machine's secure storage, you can access recent email and recent project updates. Most of the email is boring: lunch plans, updates on hardware requests, complaints about office lighting, and things of that nature. One thread catches your eye, though. I don't know why you're having such difficulty understanding our Matrix upgrades, Chung. I've given you the bypass codes for the blocker IC at least 3 times already. Maybe you should write them down or something? Anyway, here they are again. These codes should allow you to bypass the blocker IC in our secure data store, and also for security scheduling. Corporal Kwok, Matrix Security Division. Don't sass me, Corporal. I wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't been promising the Matrix upgrades would be complete next week for the past 6 months. After 4 months of waiting, I stopped thinking about it. Now, every time I make a pull request from our depot, that damn IC gets in my persona's face and demands another set of passcodes. Thank you for the bypass codes, though. I'll write them on the back of my hand or something. Dr. Chung, Ares Asia Research. Most of this employee's records involved construction projects in and around Hong Kong, but one project, referred to only as 2231, stands out. Dr. Chung, I'm concerned about the amount of resources you've requested to pursue Project 2231, particularly because we are Ares Asia Holdings, not Ares America. 2231 is an Ares America project, not one of ours. What explanation can you offer for this request? How can it be justified? Director Hui, Ares Asia Finance. I understand your concerns, Director, but you should be aware that all divisions of Ares Macrotechnology have been ordered to support Project 2231 where possible. Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham are particularly interested in testing their prototype in support of Project 2231. I am simply requesting enough manpower to find suitable subjects to test the prototype against. The risk involved in local research is unacceptable at this time. This is the entire reason the bulk of 2231 related research takes place at Complex 68G, and why 68G is in the middle of the frozen tundra. I would be willing to divert additional engineers for Taylor and Hardingham's project if they would be willing to create another prototype with the intent of shipping it to Complex 68G. I'll talk to them about it, Director. If you think it's not possible any other way, I'll impress that upon them. Wait a second. Was secure files something else? No. We left the elevator in a state, so it probably won't be taking us to floor 27 anytime soon. Here we are. Excellent, Adolf the Red. We have arrived. Ractor straightens himself up, smoothing out the front of his jacket. We should make certain to find the auto repair prototype while we're here. I'm sure it will be around here somewhere. Good. Then it won't be too much work to pick it up on our way. Thank you very much for this assistance. Everybody in. This server cluster handles the local records and systems for Floor 27. Undoubtedly, the building-wide systems back up this data, but anything occurring here will be fed to the larger Ares Asia servers. This makes it a perfect place to upload the worm and faked camera footage. A few moments later, the chip flashes a green light indicating that the camera records for Floor 27 will now show footage of Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. Oh, this is the other entrance. Okay, good. That's where I access the gas valves, which I'm sure will become important. That feels like foreshadowing. Still KO. He's still KO'd. Nice. Ractor peers intently at his bracer as he scans the room with it. I think that's the last of the security on this floor, but it won't be long before reinforcements arrive. They're sure to notice when their soldiers stop checking in. You think they figured out what we're after? They'll be right on top of us if they have. Doubtful. Unless Taylor or Hardingham was in the lab, the rank-and-file knight-errant guards won't have security clearance to know what projects are being developed. Still, we should move quickly. Ares Asia Directed Energy Weapons Laboratory Annex. Aut Inveniam aut faciam. Please direct your query. I'm trying to translate that in my head. And I'm not sure I remember what out means. I want to say that which. But no, that's probably quod. Something comes along the way, something make. So possibly, whatever you encounter, we made it. Maybe. Auto Repair Project. Attention, all information contained herein is considered secret/ORCON. Duplication of files forbidden. Authorized eyes only. Select file. Security, safety, progress. Enter query. Desert Wars field testing. Congratulations, everyone. Ares Europe's given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, the MP laser prototypes, and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, I think we've got a great chance at being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work you've put in over the past year. If we can pull this off, we're positioned to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in the past 10 years. If we buckle down and put in the hours required, I know we can do it. Glenn LeVay, my office, come get some. Ractor grunts softly. When he speaks, he sounds almost sad. Taylor, how far you've fallen. When we worked together, he'd never have written this kind of limp corporate missive. We all cared enough about our work that we never had to motivate the team like this. He's become a management tool of Ares Macrotech. I doubt there's much left of the passionate young researcher I knew. You think he's lost his edge? Not as such. I believe he's still quite capable as a researcher, but when you spend all your time managing a budget or organizing your team, what time is left to do the actual work? The reason you got into the field in the first place? No, thank you. That is a disgusting world. Regarding self-organization subroutine bugs. Hey Ian, I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing their telemetry data after field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode won't stop them. It looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as non-critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests because one started firing the on-share cleanup base camp function, and the rest picked up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from their secure space, and the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I'd like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand that we're trying to play catch-up with Renraku on the pseudo-intelligence front, but the fallout if this bug spreads could be pretty catastrophic. Dr. Yan. Wait on the next test. Just a heads up for the team, hold on further self-organization tests until you get the all-clear from me, Taylor, or Yan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders while they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted out. General tests are still a go. Dr. Taylor. 10-1 they're still using my old code. It sounds like the same kind of bug I encountered during my early tests in Moscow. Ractor runs a hand through his hair, squinting at the computer screen from over your shoulder. The problem is they're trying to give orders to the drones while the drones have prioritized their own desires over those of the end user. They'll never respond so long as they're in group reflection mode. You're still working off your code? How long ago was that? 6 years. I spent most of that in Berlin running with a hell of a street samurai. I got out before she did, before the Flux State went under. No idea if Lucky Strike got out or not, but I expect she did. I was never the best programmer of the team, but after my accident, I went back to my old self-organization code to revise it. The new perspective helped, honestly. The deeper I got into data sharing and self-development code, the more I came to realize that it was impossible to build a truly independent drone system, as simple as weighting order priority. Checking from A to B to C is functional, but inelegant. My solution was to create a system of interlocking desires and motivations that shift and change over time. The only overriding principle is that both Koshche and I must work together to solve problems. That's a novel approach. That's why it works as well. As you increase independence, so too is danger increased. If Koshche determined the best method of preserving my life was to shoot me in the leg, it would do so, and I would likely allow that to happen. Kosche's senses and analytical capabilities are superior to my own, at least in terms of battlefield threat assessment. Search recent messages. Attention, all information. Yes, duplication of files is forbidden. Regarding Olympics canceled. Can't stinking believe it, Young. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2060 Neo-Tokyo Olympics, the OIC's canceled them entirely. Some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pulled out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they've handled their holdings in California. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation, and the unity of mankind. I can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Xia, can you put those reports on my desk? Xia, I was hoping to take a look at your power output test data sometime soon. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so just let yourself in and put them on my desk. The code is 98144. Dr. Taylor. 98144. Got it. In fact, I'm going to make note of that. 98144. Enter. No. No. Safe status locked. There's a small keycard slot on the side of the safe. A red light glows softly next to it, indicating the safe is still locked. Okay, so I'll need a keycard. Let's take a look over here first. Did I write it down wrong? (98144). It's Dr. Taylor's office that's 98144. User Dr. Taylor, P. Ares Asia Holdings wishes you a productive day. Project records. Redline prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business. Enter query. Security briefing. Attention Ares Asia Holdings employees and residents. Last week, knight-errant officers responsible for the security of this facility received several reports of suspicious activity in the public area of the building. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll approximately 20 to 28 years of age entering the public mezzanine areas of the building. The subject was seen attempting to gain access to restricted areas. The subject exited the facility before knight-errant could intercept and question him. Reports from Ares citizenry indicates the subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from a side entrance, wearing a custodial uniform. Knight-errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during their arrest attempt, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident should contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. There is a note attached from Knight-errant Security. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your person and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares macrotechnology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with a group. Thank you. Emitter aperture refinement. I've had to change the emitter and focusing array in our latest MP4 Redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same emitter array as the MP Laser 3, since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and there's legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that the outer lens is 3 millimeters too large for our new housing. In light of that, I've commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They're being manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week at the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we acquired from Zeiss last year. It should give us superior beam coherence even in high dust and fog situations. Prior emitter research. Personal notes on MP Laser 1 research. I've been going back through the files from Ares Arms research on the original MP laser. A lot of the work was done by one Dr. Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares Arms doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious, given that we're all supposed to be working toward the same thing, aren't we? From what I can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham and I. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate he was primarily interested in purely vector soliton fiber lasers, rather than our own dye-doped matrix technology. From what I understand, that's also the basis for Winter Systems' own attempts at a man-portable laser solution. I can't find any evidence of how they would have developed that technology without access to Mills Fargo's work, though. Curious. Email. You Killjoy. Hardingham, I cannot believe you. Did you tattle on me to Knight Errant saying I'd blown off the security brief and ran to go drink alone? Pfft, I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police at any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sake. Pub time. Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security, and I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit up the pawn after the meeting tomorrow. I've got 8 or so takers from the lab, and Knight Errant promised to loan us a low-profile bodyguard to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you? Door code. They changed your door code while we were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried when someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when they were testing one of the new emitters. It's 23847. 23847. Beep. Project 2231. H, one of the researchers downstairs hit me up in a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in the Algonquin Manitou Council, some godforsaken black site called Complex Number 68G. I guess it has something to do with that debacle in Chicago, research into cleaning up the CEZ and whatnot. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand. Just lend them a prototype or the specs, let them test the laser out there. Plant financial data. After a few moments, the data chip's light flashes green, indicating the data has been uploaded. User, Dr. Hardingham, I. Ares Asia Holdings wishes you a productive day. Project records. Redline prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business. Power output. Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture and emission array from the MP Laser 3, and it's definitely possible to get down to a handheld size, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the core concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'll be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem, and one the boys over in materials science have been dragging their feet on. I've been checking into using some of the new dual-phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Director Hui asking if we could get some help from Ares Arms Europe. The Fire Lance research teams made a great deal of headway using staged graphene capacitors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them. Hardingham. Security briefing. Attention Ares Asia Holdings employees and residents. Last week, Knight Errant officers... okay, that's the same thing. Dr. Hardingham, it is our belief that the troll we recorded is interested in the research you and Dr. Taylor are undertaking. As such, we will be providing extra security for your off-site team building exercise. Please be extremely careful when not within the facility. Your research and person are under threat at the moment. Drone integration. These appear to be Dr. Hardingham's notes on attaching the prototype to security drones. Things proceed apace. Assuming a standard medium drone like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models, the drone provides sufficient power to enable the prototype effectively unlimited bursts, though there's a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means that the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drone sizes, the output is more restricted, but still valuable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does, unfortunately, reduce the drone's loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes. More than enough for a sustained engagement, but something we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase efficiency in these cases by including a supercooling medium, liquid nitrogen or the like, to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked out for the Sentinel P-series berths. You Killjoy. Taylor, I don't think you're taking this security breach seriously enough. A bloody troll tried to waltz into the building not just once, but twice. He beat up some of the bully boys downstairs, and he's definitely after our work. And you want to waltz off to the pub like nothing's happened? At least go in a group, man. Cheating bastard. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in that last game, but I know you're cheating. All the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. When I found out what hack you cooked up, you're going to owe me 50 new yen. Either that or your characters are all going to be wearing bright green lime costumes from now on. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from your office air vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. Until we can get maintenance to inspect the valve, you can access the security control for Vent 3 via the Matrix. The blocker IC code is Cortex FRZ. Should any further leaks occur, please contact us again. Security Director Dung. Pub time. Okay, Taylor, if you've gotten 8 people and a bodyguard together for a pint or two after we have our meeting, I'm game. Sorry about being so testy earlier. I just don't relish the idea of being beaten to a bloody pulp by some trog with an interest in my research. Hardingham. Ares Asia Holdings, Directed Energy Lab. Unlock the main lab. Have Isabel Jack in. Where does this drop her? Oh, right back there again. Unlock the lab door. Oh, hello. As the lab doors slide open, you come face to face with a ragtag group of people. Their gear is mismatched, they wear no uniforms, and the mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. They are, quite obviously, Shadowrunners. A pale assault rifle-toting human glares at you from inside the room. He looks ready to raise his assault rifle, but doesn't. Hey, Opti, I think I figured out why the alarms were going off. The man named Opti is draped in charms and magical fetishes, particularly raven feathers. He regards you for a moment and shakes his head in disgust. Damn near perfect operation, ruined because you had to charge in here guns blazing. Christ. How's it coming, Bull? Huh? What the? The orc's cyber deck suddenly starts to spark and smoke. Yelping, he yanks the cord out of his head and drops the deck. God damn it, you broke my concentration, you son of a... Sorry, I guess? You guess? You guess! I should ring your... Bull starts to lunge forward toward you, but the woman next to him holds out a hand and he stops. The woman is as tightly wound as a coiled snake who's about to strike. Her knuckles, knees, and boots are covered in blood. Cool it! Getting in a firefight here won't do us any good. Jarl, that goes for you too. Gobbet balls up her fists, placing them against her hips, widening her stands? That's probably supposed to be stance. She puffs out her chest, beaming proudly. Awesome! Now we can be friends! Jarl spends a few moments scrutinizing you, when his face suddenly lights up. Wait a minute. I recognize you. You're Adol the Red, right? Your name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong. From what I hear, you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Chung. Is that right? Opti looks you up and down, a crooked grin erupting across his face. For such a big shot, you sure roll loud. We all have our off days. Based on the sound of it, Knight Errant's having a hell of an off day, too. Tentatively, Bull smiles. It's a rueful grin, offset by occasional glances of sadness at his deck's smoking carcass. Honestly, we very nearly screwed this job, too. We went up to the executive penthouses looking for access codes to the lab. Opti produces a key card and holds it up so you can see. Pulled this thing out of a locked box in Hardingham's penthouse. We were sure it would open the door to this lab. Opti snorts and stares disgustedly at the card. Nope. Had to cut through the lock to get in here. Ractor gives you a significant look. He speaks quietly so that only you can hear. That key is almost certainly for the private safe where Taylor and Hardingham are keeping the auto repair circuitry. We need it. While he hasn't made out the words exchanged, the street samurai seems to have discerned that you're discussing something amongst yourselves and tenses up. Hope you're not planning something stupid over there. That keycard's worthless. Would you mind if I held on to it? Might come in handy. Opti considers this for a long moment, then tosses you the keycard. Sure. It's not doing us any good. Consider it a peace offering. Jarl glances around the rest of his team and then at you. I don't want to interrupt, but we still have a big problem. We're both in here for the laser. What now? Gobbet rolls her eyes, throwing up her hands in defeat. We can stand around here and compare dick sizes, or we can leave as one group. Then sort this out when KE isn't sending armed goons to fill us with holes. Bull looks at the rest of his team. One by one, they nod their assent. Right, that works for us. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel over to the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all the racket, well, I think we'd probably get shot off the line. We're going out underground, down an elevator shaft and over to an MTR station. I didn't even know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here. Bull reloads his pistol, snapping it back into the holster with a loud click. We'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way. We'll be right behind you. Suddenly, there is the blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead as an accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound, rather like a tire deflating, and with that sound comes an acrid odor hanging heavy in the air. They're gassing us! Look, over there, it's coming out of that vent. If my deck wasn't fried, I'd be able to jack in and stop it. I hope you brought a deck or some drones. If you haven't, we've got to get out of here fast. Oh boy. Okay, well, since I'm disabling the thing, maybe I shouldn't worry about picking things up yet. I'll start heading back. Here we go. Gas is off. Nice. I wonder if that came through on the mic. Probably did. Punch in. Nice. Swiping the keycard across the slot, the safe lets out a beep and the light flashes green. As the door swings open, the contents are revealed, a stack of chips and a plexiglass cube containing a tangle of drone parts. With a deft grab, you scoop up the goods. What? Why are we in combat again? That's not what I meant to do. Ah, they're coming in from over there. Got it. Got some of your own guys with that. Good job. Nice shot. There we go. Laser prototype. Oh, hey, I never did interact with that. Oh. When we close the door for laser testing, security cannot respond as the side door auto-locks. Make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. Okay, well. The elevator doors refuse to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, "Elevator in transit. Doors will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. It looks like you won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. Better hunker down." Maybe I should have, There they are. No AP for you. Ha. You don't get to act. Nice. It turns into an AoE. I guess that's the ley lines effect. I'll have her cover that elevator just in case. The pungent smells of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated knight-errant security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you there is only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, you're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. You exit the service elevator and step out into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms, nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before knight-errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mold and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments, evidence of MTR trains passing nearby. That was closer than I would have liked. Phew! Dizzy hunches over, hands on her knees as she pants excitedly. She straightens as she calms down. Chalk that up on things I don't want to do again. Get gassed while trying to escape from knight-errant. Ah, buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. I swear to God, I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun just won't cut it against knight-errant. Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So what now? We just march through the basement into Central MTR Station? One step at a time. Knight-errant will definitely follow us down here. Before we head off into the unknown, what are we going to do about the prototype? You need it for your job, I need it for mine. You aren't the only one who needs it. We have a job to finish, just like you do. It's unfortunate that we can't both get what we want, but that's how life is some days. You suck it up and move on. Come on, you're well established. You've got a network of contacts, the runner community knows how reliable you are. I'm a little fish in a big pond here. I blow this job, I may not be able to work in Hong Kong again. Hell, you don't even need the prototype. Just the damn GPS unit on it. I don't like it either. Maybe we can work something out. Thanks. I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. We both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS. Nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You call it in, I'll help you out. Or get friends who can, if I'm tied up. Okay, we've got a deal. Take it. The Jarl takes the prototype from you, detaching the GPS tracker and handing it back to you. Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal, at least not on my end. So, what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get to the MTR station? No sense dividing our forces. Come with us. Sounds good to me. Lead the way. Big party. There's a door right there. Can't go in there. Okay, that's the only way to go then. A piercing howl cuts through the silence of the empty station. It's distant, but probably won't be for long. Better move, and move quickly. Gobbet turns to face you, planting a hand firmly on each hip. She's grinning like a maniac. We barge into an Ares facility, shoot up the staff, steal a laser, and now they're chasing us through a cave with guard dogs. We are so awesome! Condemned area, no entry. Take. Generator controls. This control panel seems to connect the backup generators powering the disused section of the old central MTR station. The readouts indicate that backup batteries have sufficient power to keep the lights on, but the remainder of the power is devoted to operating secondary doors. If you could turn this off, you could prevent Knight Errant forces from getting in, except from the way you came. Okay. With a whine, the generators spin down and the lights go dim. You know what? We massively outnumber them there. Hey, what happened to the lights? Those jokers in Central promised us we'd have power down here. Beats me. This place is falling apart. I wouldn't be surprised if the wiring was home to a pack of devil rats. The sooner this day's over, the better. Oh good, got it healed. Since the last thing. Hey there, Harry. Ah, there's the dog. Z. Whoa, there's a lot of them. Jeez. Oh, sucks for him. Oh, jeez. I didn't think that would... Sorry, Opti. Oops. I need to be more careful. Oh, great. Crit, 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 crit. Is this another team of Shadowrunners? As you move through the MTR station, several figures move to interrupt your advance. The leader is obvious, a hulking brute of a troll. He cradles a heavy assault rifle in the crook of his cyber arm and reeks of stale cigarettes and casual brutality. The name Steeltooth is stenciled across the flak vest beneath his jacket. His eyes narrow as you approach. "It's far enough, you punk." Steeltooth gestures toward you with the barrel of his gun, taking a drag from his cigarette. "My crew's had a long night. Nerves a little raw, you know, and crunching somebody's face always brightens my mood. Let me speak in small words so you don't misunderstand." He takes a long drag on his cigarette, exhaling the smoke through his nose. "Give us the prototype laser, or we're gonna kill you so hard your ancestors feel it." That's the best insult you could come up with? Really? Steeltooth's face twists up in annoyance. "Hell with you, little man. You think you're so smart? Let's see how smart you are with a bullet in your skull." His voice is like gravel over sheet metal. Gobbet rolls her eyes, waving a dismissive hand at Steeltooth. "Listen, we're all super impressed by the size of your gun, really. But we're not really inclined to give anything to a dumb thug like you." "Adults are talking, little girl. Once they're done, maybe you'll be able to run along home and play with your dollies. Until then, shut the hell up." The troll takes one last drag from his cigarette before spitting the butt out onto the tiled floor. "Right. Cigarette's done, which means your time's up. Hand over the prototype. Now." You must be that genius Ares caught breaking in twice in one night. "What are you talking about? Don't be stupid." The troll's shifting stance and wary eyes indicate the depth of his ability to lie, about the same as a puddle. "You came in the front door first, and then you came back dressed as a janitor." "Hey, shut up, okay? Just shut up! I was doing legwork, and the suits weren't telling me nothing, so I had to get in and root around a bit, you know?" Steeltooth is becoming increasingly agitated. "You want to keep your arms? You don't tell anybody about that." "Bullshit. Nobody dumps a payday like that, and unless they got no other choice." He fingers his rifle's trigger nervously, however. They had guard dogs following us by scent, and the laser had a tracking device on it. Hell. Still, though, I ain't buying it. Tell you what, we strip search you. If you don't have it, you can be on your way. How about that? You try it, your arms come back as stumps. Whoa, let's not be hasty here." The troll is taken aback by your sudden fervor. He shrinks back, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. "Nobody needs to do any hand-breaking." Jeez, I succeeded in an intimidation check against a troll. "We're leaving. You should get out of here before I change my mind." Raising his hands placatingly, Steeltooth begins to back away slowly. "Message received, Chief. I think it'd be best if we cleared out of here." The MTR train awaits. With it, the promise of safety and freedom from any more unforeseen complications. The Jarl nods in appreciation, extending a hand to you. Thanks for all the help tonight. I don't know if I'd have been able to get out of there without you. The world's better off with people like you in it. What will you do now? He shrugs and grins. The usual. Make a handoff, get paid. Probably take a few more jobs out here. Got a lot of debts to pay off, you know. Nothing's free in this life. You keep safe out there, okay? We all gotta stick together. If we don't, we end up with bullets in our back. Take care, Jarl. Let's take a quick glance real quick. Yeah, there's nothing here. The MTR train pulls away from the station. You become lost in the crowd. Just another face traveling from Central toward Kowloon. Every second puts blessed distance between you and the hornet's nest of knight-errant soldiers you've left in your wake. With the data planted and GPS module in your possession, it seems certain that Ares Asia will place the blame for your run at the doorstep of the Red Dragon Association. The loss of the prototype laser is unfortunate, but allies are often more valuable than gear, especially in the shadows. With any luck, they'll be able to pay you back soon enough. Alright. Oh. Your comlink chirps. It's kindly Chung. Hello, Auntie. Hello, my darling. There's a thrill in her voice that you haven't heard before. Come see me at once. I have something I want to show you. Your crew is already here. You sound excited, Auntie. She lets out a cold little chuckle. Oh, yes, my sweet. Yes, I am. I'll see you shortly. Ooh. And I think I'm going to leave that as a cliffhanger for tonight. 8 o'clock is quite a bit later than I intended to stream. That mission was longer than I anticipated. But that's fine. I had no place to be today, nothing to do. So, let's save the game and see if there isn't anybody around for me to raid. Surely there is. Raid channel. Oh, there's lots of people again. Let me see. I don't want to miss anybody. So let's see here. What is everybody streaming? Let's go raid. Yeah, let's raid Voxandra. Haven't raided her in a while. And I know she's a fan of Shadowrun. At the very least, she's a fan of the old Super Nintendo Shadowrun game, which is very different, but Shadowrun Returns does pay homage to it at least. Has the same roots, as it were. The Harebrained schemes games know where they come from. So, yeah, off to say hey to her we go. Thanks again. Hope to see you all next time. Good night, everybody.